The athletes in the under-18 and under-20 age groups will compete against, sort of alongside each other, but for separate podium places. We've got lots to look forward to on day one of action here on the track. We've got 200 meters and 400 meters in various classifications and both age groups. Now we've got T20 long jump for men and women throughout this afternoon. Currently going on, we've got shot put in the men's F35 to 38 classifications. We'll have a bit of discus later on this evening as well. So plenty packed into the timetable for today's action. Had a 3-hour session or so in sunny Nottwil. It's been another really warm day, around 30 degrees or so. Despite the fact that local time here is just gone 4 o'clock, it is not showing any sign of getting any cooler anytime soon. So the track action will start at 4:30 this afternoon. That's in the men's 200 meters T35 to 38 classifications. And it's pretty much a jam-packed schedule from there. That's the tent that's been erected to provide some shade for those competing in the long jump. Some experienced athletes in that long jump, but we move over to turn our attentions to the shot put here. This is Rodrigo de la Torre of Mexico in the under-20 age group. The athletes just queuing up and going through their various warm-up routines. 6 throws each and competed as a straight final. We are using a multi-classification point system here at these inaugural World Para-Athletics Junior Championships. So if within a field there are athletes of more than one classification, the results will be decided based on points. The point system is a very complicated mathematical formula that measures the distance or time, depending on what the event is, up against its respective world record and world leading attempts this season and at major championships gone. So in the shot put, it is F35 to 38 classifications. There are athletes from all 4 classifications across the 2 age groups in that, so it's not necessarily who throws the furthest in terms of distance. If you've seen the mathematical formula, you'd know why I haven't tried to explain it for you in any more detail than that. There's a few spectators gathering in the shade here up around the top bend where most of the activity happens. Eagerly anticipating seeing many of the best para-athletes in the world under the age of 20, all gathering here on the shores of Lake Sempak for what should be a very competitive meet indeed. A few athletes here straight off the back of the Senior World Championships in London just a week or two ago.
Hello?
Arguably one of the most successful World Championships in history. Interest in the sport very high at the moment.
Ivan, I use the laptop. Ivan using the laptop, so when I'm finished.
In the shot put here, we've got athletes such as Lukas Czarnecki, who competed in London, got a bronze medal in the javelin. Also Luis Lucumi of Colombia, who just missed out on a medal in the javelin in London. Did get silver at Rio 2016 at the Paralympics. So some very talented athletes in here, and also a number of very talented young athletes who we haven't seen an awful lot of in major competition yet, but that's exactly what these championships have been designed for. To give young athletes a platform, a taste of what it's like to compete at major international tournaments, with a view to giving them a pathway towards success in the senior events. And because this is the first time these championships have been held, it'd be the first and last attempt for many to seal themselves a world junior title. It's a chance to write some names on the first page of the history books. Matej Kaczmarczyk of Croatia. One of a number of left-handers in this field.
Kevana Richa yet?
Looks like most of the warm-up throws have been undertaken. This is Lukas Schweckheimer, representing Germany. One of many athletes here in Nottwil who are targeting the Tokyo 2020 Paralympics. Michal Wimmer of the Czech Republic. is from a standing start. So 5 athletes in the under 18 competition in the men's shot put F35 to 38. 6 athletes in the under 20 age category.
Sprung de Oliveira Dias, Brasilien. 6:05.
Shimato Shimbo of Japan. He's been given a red flag there. Just out of the sector. He's the only under 18 athlete from Japan here in Nottwil. They've brought a handful of under 20 athletes. Czarnecki of Poland then. His main event is the javelin. Bronze medalist in the recent World Championships in London. Also competed at the European Championships last year in Grosseto, Italy, so he's an experienced customer on the major championship circuit. And now we move in to the under 20 age group. Rodrigo de la Torre of Mexico. Fairly unmistakable hairstyle. He'll also compete in the discus and the javelin. Many of these athletes will either double up or treble up. A couple of them in the under 18 age group going in track events as well. Matej Kacmarczyk of Croatia now. Starting from the back of the circle to try and generate a bit more power. Falling well short of the 10-meter mark. Many of his competitors going closer to double figures from what we've seen so far. A reminder though that it is a multi-class across all of the disciplines here in Nottwil, so these distances will be converted into points. Powerful flat effort from Luis Lucumi of Colombia. Fancied for a medal in something here. He's jack of all trades. 6th in this event at the World Championships in London. Sebastian Marcenero now of Argentina. 2 athletes from Iran to complete the 11-strong field then in the men's shot put F35 to 38. The first of them, Mortaza Bachabacht.
Dosen Marcenaro 7,55 Meter.
And last to go, Ashkan Chiragi. So all the athletes then in the F35 to 38 shot put have now had 1 throw each, 6 throws each. 2 straight finals running side by side in the under 18 and under 20 age groups. So 3 from 5 in the under 18s will be on the podium. 3 from 6 in the under 20s. But remember, it is calculated on points rather than overall distance. Into the second round we go then. This is Iran's Arif Bakhavand. Apologies, he'll be next. That was Michael Wimmer, who will also take to the track in the 100 meters at these championships.
Kugelstoßen.
This is Bakhavand.
Wimmer 9,11 Meter.
That's out a big grunt as he explodes his second effort away. Plenty of height on it from Bakhavand. A lot of different techniques employed, especially across the classifications. It's whatever works to get you the most distance and the most power, I guess. It's a solid effort from Shimbo of Japan.
Ein gültiger, guter Stoß von Shimbo, Japan, 10,99 Meter.
Sarnecki knows what it takes to win major championships medals, so expect him, although he is typically more of a javelin specialist, expect him still to be featuring at the classier end of this particular competition.
Necki, Kugelstoßen, 10,85 Meter.
Luis Lukumi of Colombia. His second round effort. And it's 10.55 meters for Luis Lukumi. Good effort to get past the 10-meter mark at the early stages of that competition.
Lukumi Villegas, Kugelstoßen, 10,55 Meter.
This is the start list for our first event on the track, which is coming up in a few moments' time. It's the men's 200 meters T35 to 38 under 18s. 2 races in this particular group of classifications. Liam Richardson of Australia, Duvan Castro Ramirez from Colombia, Zachary Gingras from Canada, Samuel Walker, another Australian in the lineup, Jin Hong Lim for Korea, and Paul Raub of Germany completes that field. 6 athletes will be competing in, let's call it, final number 1, and then another 6 to come pretty much straight after them. So of the 12 men running in those 2 races, the top 3, based on the points calculation, will be the ones with the medals. So as I say, we've got lots of 200-meter races coming up for you this afternoon. First of all, in the T35 to 38 under 18s age group, and the T42 to 47 under 18 age group. Then we'll double the distance for 400s in the T51 to 54. That'll be the men and the women in the under 18s and under 20s age groups. And then the track action will conclude a bit later on with some more 200s, this time in the under 20s age groups, again in the T35 to 38 and T42 to 47 classifications.
Wir kommen zum Track-Event 200 Meter Männer T35 bis T38. In der ersten Serie starten auf der Bahn 7 aus Korea Lim Jin-hong.
Here we go then, let's meet the athletes for our
On lane
first
6.
track
For
event
Australia,
of these
Samuel
World Para-Athletics
Walker.
Junior Championships. In 7, Jin Hong Lim of Korea.
Lane 5.
Down to 6,
From
Samuel
Canada,
Walker of Australia.
Zachary
Gingras from Canada.
Lane 4 from Australia.
Handy football player.
Liam Richardson.
Gingras, Liam Richardson from Bendigo
Auf der
Harriers in
Bahn
Australia.
3 aus Deutschland.
17 in a couple of
Paul
days' time. This is Paul Raub of Germany.
Auf der Bahn 2 from Colombia.
And in lane 2
Duvan
from
Joel
Colombia,
Castro Ramirez.
Duvan Joel Castro Ramirez. So age ranges in this race from 14 to 16. Liam Richardson, the oldest of them, as I say, 17 in a couple of days' time. Athletes taking to their blocks for our first race of these inaugural World Para-Athletics Junior Championships. The men's 200 metres T35 to 38 under 18s race. Away we go there, making up some moves very early on Samuel Walker, but inside him Zachary Gingras as well of Canada. Those two looking the strongest as they come around the bend. Castro Ramirez going well as well, but Zachary Gingras from Canada is leading them down towards the finish line here. Samuel Walker in hot pursuit, but it's going to be Zachary Gingras of Canada that crosses the line first. Walker of Australia in second. And then from lane 2, Duvan Joel Castro Ramirez completes the top 3. Mixture between T35, T36 and T38 athletes in that particular race. So those times will be put into the computer, put through the respective formula and calculated into a points total. And it will be the points that ultimately decide the medal winners here in Nottwil over the next 4 days. So those 6 have done all that they can in this T35 to 38 200 meters. As we see, it was Gingras of Canada. Walker made the initial explosion out of the blocks, made a move very early up on the inside of Jin Hong Lim in lane 7. It became very apparent as things straightened out that Zachary Gingras was powering through to win that. But the beauty of the multi-class points system is that Zachary Gingras, although he knew he'd won that race in terms of physical position, he knew how to put it in all the way to the line to make sure that his time was as quick as possible, to make sure that his points total was as great as possible, especially with 6 more athletes to come.
Villegas Lukumi 11:23.
So as I mentioned, 2 lots of races, so 2 finals if you like. 6 men have been, 6 men still to come. In this race coming up in just a couple of moments' time, we've got more German athletes in the shape of Lukas Schweckheimer, who's actually going to have to step out of his competition in the shot put to race in this event. We have the athletes settling themselves, preparing to be introduced here at the Sports Arena Nottwil in the grounds of the Swiss Paraplegic Centre.
T35 bis T38. Lauf Nummer 1. Auf der Bahn 7
we go in lane 7 then, Jaden Saberton of Great Britain.
Saberton. On lane
Looking
6
delighted to be
from
there.
Korea,
Hyunwoo Shim of Korea goes in lane 6.
Auf der Bahn 5 aus Deutschland, Felix Maximilian Sven
Felix
Krüsermann.
Krüsermann of Germany in lane 5.
On lane 4,
Ali
from South
Al-Nakhli,
Arabia, Ali Alinaki.
Saudi Arabia.
Aus Deutschland auf der Bahn 3, Lukas
Second German
Schwechheimer.
athlete in this race, Lukas Schwechheimer.
From
So just stepping
Iceland,
away from the shot put for
auf
a
der Bahn
moment to
2,
run a 200.
Erlingur Vidarsson.
And then on the inside lane, lane 2, Erlingur Vidarsson of Iceland. So it's race 2 of 2 in the final of the men's 200 meters T35 to 38 in the under 18 age category. Away we go on the outside. Jaden Saberton started well, but look at Ali Al-Nakhli flying in lane 4 for Saudi Arabia. He's going to be well ahead of the rest of them as they come around the bend. It's Al-Nakhli from Saberton, and then Krüsermann of Germany is currently in 3rd place. Al-Nakhli racing away with his grey full-length bottoms on. Al-Nakhli will cross the line. 2nd Saberton, 3rd Krüsermann.
Im zweiten Rang, Jaden
Al-Nakhli
Saberton.
collapses to the ground. He went off like an absolute rocket around the bend. It was always a question of whether he could sustain it as things straightened up, but he stayed well clear of the rest of the field. And now only the calculator will tell us whether that's enough to get Al-Nakhli a medal. Zachary Gingras of Canada, the physical winner of the first race, and the second, Ali Al-Nakhli.
Kugelstoßen, Czernacki, Poland, 10 Meter 75, 10.75.
So next on the track in a couple of moments' time, it's the men's 200 meters T42 to 47 classifications. This is the under 18s final, just one race rather than the two that we've just seen in the T35 to 38. Riccardo Bagaini of Italy, fresh from winning a silver as part of the relay 4x100 meter relay team at the World Championships, the Senior World Championships in London. And Tando Malangu of South Africa is extremely quick over 200 meters. Silver in London and Rio over this distance. We're looking to get the World Junior gold here. Elia Freser is the 2nd Italian in the field. Alex Klein of the USA is in there too. And Jonas Winkler and Phil Groller of Germany complete this 6-strong 200 meter race. First outing for all of these athletes. They will be back again at some point during these championships. Many of them will double up into the 100, in fact that they all will. A few will go longer distances, over 400. A few we'll see in the field later on as well in the long jump. And Phil Groller even taking on the shot put and the discus. Got a mixture of athletes classifications in this one: T42, T44, T46 and T47, so 4 classifications from which to deduce some points based on the times that they managed to produce.
Die Präsentation der Starter 200 Meter Männer T42 bis T47. Auf der Bahn 7. From Italy, Elia Frezza.
Here we go then, lane 7, Elia Frezza
From South Arabia,
Italy.
auf der Bahn 6, Dando Malangu.
Tando Malangu in
Auf der
6
Bahn
for
5,
South Africa.
von USA,
2-time
Alex
senior
Klein.
silver medalist. Alex Klein of USA,
auf der Bahn 4, aus
building up
Deutschland,
towards Tokyo
Phil
2020,
Groller.
the American. It's Phil Groller of Germany. He'll do the shot, the discus and the 100 over the next 4 days. Busy program for him. Riccardo Bagaini of Italy.
Aus Deutschland auf der Bahn 2, Dominik Jonas
And on the
Winkeler.
inside in lane 2, Jonas Dominik Winkeler of Germany. He's the youngest man in the field, 15 years of age. So we've got 15 to 17-year-olds, T42 to 47. So a real mixture of age groups and classifications in this one. As ever, the destination of the medals will ultimately be decided by the computer, but this is the men's 200 meters T42 to 47 under 18s. Away we go then, and powering through early doors is Phil Groller from Germany. He has absolutely stormed right through the center of this field and will come into the straight, but right on his shoulder, Riccardo Bagaini as well, a much more diminutive figure. Those two are racing head to head. Groller seems to be fading a touch. Bagaini's coming through, and so is Malangu, and Malangu's going to get it on the line from Bagaini, and Phil Groller just couldn't sustain the start that he made. He was so explosive around the bend, but he was always being caught on the straight by Bagaini, and then coming through in the last 15 meters or so, and Tando Malangu from South Africa. Super display of that man's talent, Malangu. That's Phil Groller, who, it has to be said, at maybe the 120-meter mark, looked as if he may be good to take the win. Here he was as he came around the bend in the lead. As it straightened out, Bagaini kept his form. Groller, you can see grimacing there, really struggling in the final reaches. Just coming into your picture on the left there, Malangu with a magnificent finish. Frightening to think that Malangu is only 15 years of age. How desperate he'll be to make sure that it's gold that he takes away from here. Silver in Rio, silver in London. And you'd have to say that he looks a fairly safe bet for gold here. Of course, the times will be put through and converted into points. Malangu with a stunning, stunning finish there. Moving swiftly on to our first women's event on the track of these inaugural World Para-Athletics Junior Championships. It's the women's 200 meters T35 to 38, as we had with the men in the under 18 age group have 15 minutes to go. There will be 2 races in this one to decide where the medals go. This one has 6 athletes in it. Start there with lane 7, Leonie Düring of Germany.
The presentation of the upcoming race, 200 meters women, T35-38. On lane 7,
17 years of age,
from
races
Germany,
for Bayer
Leonie
Leverkusen.
Düring. On lane 6,
Inside her in
from the
lane
USA,
6, Michelle Cross of the
Michelle.
USA.
Lane 5,
Big smiles for the camera.
aus Deutschland, Clara Wieg.
Clara V of Germany.
Lane
Goes in
4
lane
from
5.
Australia, Kaylin Joseph.
Australia's Kaylin Joseph in lane 4.
Bahn 3 aus Deutschland, Annegret Schneider.
Annegret Schneider.
Lane
Germany in
2,
lane 3.
Iceland,
On the inside
Åsbergrun
lane.
Adalsteinsdottir.
Bergrun Adalsteinsdottir of Iceland. So aged 15 to 17, all T37 athletes in this one. But there are multi-classification athletes going in the second race of this final, if you like. So still doesn't mean that the first across the line necessarily gets a gold medal. But all these athletes, T37 classification, all racing against each other. It's the first part of the women's 200 meters T35-38 under 18 final. Kaylin Joseph of Australia, not happy with something there, just raised her hand, and as such, one of her fellow competitors will just have to stand up for a moment or two. Maybe some distraction going on from the infield. Our officials just finding out exactly what's going on, making sure we're in a position to start this race. They're just signalling that nobody's in any trouble. This is part of the reason the World Para-Athletics Junior Championships have been brought into existence, to prepare athletes for what can happen during major competitions. It's how they deal best and how they prepare best with any distractions that might be going on. If Kaylin Joseph felt that she wasn't in the right frame of mind to start the race, then it would seem that she did the right thing in asking the officials for a moment. Ready now, and we are away second time, and inside Kaylin Joseph, Annegret Schneider has made a very good start. Michelle Cross of the USA going well, and on the outside Leonie Düring as well of Germany. Those three going very nicely. On the inside now, Adalsteinsdottir of Iceland is just starting to make a move as well. It's Schneider that leads at the moment, but in lane 7 Leonie Düring is really battling hard to finish strong. Adalsteinsdottir in there as well, and coming through late Michelle Cross. Crossing the line first, it will be Adalsteinsdottir. Leonie Düring second, Michelle Cross in third. Well, the lead changed a number of times during that race. Every 20 to 30 meters or so, somebody looked more likely to emerge. As it was, they crossed the line very close to each other, in particular Adalsteinsdottir on the inside in lane 2, Leonie Düring of Germany on the outside in lane 7.
Paravans
The replays, they came around the top bend. It was Annegret Schneider of Germany that led them through. Just started to become a lot more difficult for Schneider. Adelsteinsdottir on the right of your picture there coming through, so was Düring on the left. Adelsteinsdottir just there first. Good run on the inside, because as they came around the bend, she didn't really look in the mix, Adelsteinsdottir. So that was the first instalment of a two-part final, if you like. This is the second half of the women's 200 metres T35 to 38 under 18s final. Two British athletes in there in Eve Walsh-Dan and Daphne Schrager. Two Australian athletes as well, Erin Gabler and Tamsin Colley. Abil Kasimkizi of Kazakhstan and Carla Cardenas of Mexico complete the lineup. So 7 athletes in this race, ranging T35, T36 and T38. All the T37 classified athletes went in the previous race. A reminder that the medals, top 3 positions, will be decided using the multi-classification point system. If you're a swimming fan, I'm sure you'll have seen plenty of that at the World Paraswimming World Series, certainly this season and in seasons gone by. Does mean on the track that you've got to run as hard as you can all the way through. Go along the line then. We're using lane 8 for the first time. That's Helena Hilmarsdottir of Iceland.
Lane 7, Mexico.
Carla Cardenas for Mexico.
Lane 6 from Australia, Tamsin Colley.
That's Tamsin Colley, just 14 years of age. Did compete in Rio 2016, Tamsin Colley.
Lane 4 from Australia,
Great Britain.
Erin Gabler.
And Erin Gabler inside her. Big smiles from the second Australian in this field. Abil Kasimkizi of Kazakhstan.
Lane 2
and then on
from
the inside in lane 2, big waves from Eve Walsh-Dan of Great Britain. Just 15 years of age. Lots of support along the straight here for lots of our athletes. Number of Union Jacks either being draped over the fencing or, in fact, around some of the spectators as well. Almost a Great British cape. It's the second of the races in the women's 200 metres T35 to 38 under 18s. Oh, and there was a false start down there. Certainly something to prevent the race getting underway. I don't think it was an athlete that's caused it. Of an inquiry going on with some of our officials. They have shown the green card fairly swiftly to the whole field. we've still got 7 in this part 2, if you like, of the final of the women's 200 metres T35 to 38 under 18s. And they're away cleanly this time. T35 through to T38. It's a fairly even spread as they come around the bend. Pretty well on the inside is Eve Walsh-Dan of Great Britain, and also on the outside lane 7, Carla Cardenas-Herrera. She's the one that's going to come through to take the heat win. Tamsin Colley, the 14-year-old of Australia, may just be usurped by Eve Walsh-Dan on the line. That was close between those two, but no doubt about the winner, Carla Sofia Cardenas-Herrera of Mexico. Close for second between Tamsin Colley of Australia and Eve Walsh-Dan of Great Britain. Question for Carla Cardenas-Herrera is that enough to beat the T37 athletes who went in the first part of this final, in particular Bergrun Adelsteinsdottir and Leonie Düring? Michelle Cross completed the top 3 in the first part of that final. As they came around here, Carla Cardenas-Herrera led through on the outside. A good bend was run by Eve Walsh-Dan. Maybe the middle third of her race wasn't quite there as Tamsin Colley started to come through in lane 6. As I say, it was close for second and third in terms of track position. As ever, those times will be put through the computer, converted into points. So out of 13 athletes, we will have a very clear order. Moving swiftly on, this is the start list for the women's 200 metres T42 to 47. Interest for a number of different nations here. The USA, Great Britain, Australia, Turkey and New Zealand all involved. These 7 athletes. This is race 1 of 1 in this discipline. So it will be 3 of these 7 that are presented with medals later on this evening. Track kicks in and we're ready to introduce our athletes for the next race, the women's 200 metres T42 to 47 under 18s. There on the outside in lane 8 is Anna Stephen of New Zealand.
200 Meter Frauen T42 bis T47. Lane 8
wearing 99.
from New Zealand, Anna Stephen. Lane 7 from the USA, Erika
Sylvie from the USA goes in lane 7.
From Turkey on lane 6, Ezra Genç.
Ezra
From the
Genç
USA,
of Turkey.
lane 5.
And in 5, Beatrice Hatz.
From Australia, lane 4,
Alyssa Jordan of Australia, just 14 years
From
of
the
age.
USA, lane 3, Nela Steri-Schaasvoort.
As is Nela Steri-Schaasvoort.
Aus Deutschland auf der Bahn 2.
As is Simran Kaur, Great Britain as well. 3 14-year-olds, 2 15-year-olds and 2 16-year-olds in this final, ranging from T44 through to T47 classifications. So as ever, they're racing, of course, on the track because that's what racing's about, but what matters is the time that they post and how that's converted into multi-classification points. This is the women's 200 meters T42 to 47 under 18s final. And away we go with our next 200 meter. 7 athletes here, and it's coming through the central lanes where we're looking strongest. On the inside, though, Simran Kaur of Great Britain going very well too. Over in lane 4, Alyssa Jordan, and then Beatrice Hatz is hunting her down, and Beatrice Hatz is going to come through and win this one, I think. Beatrice Hatz of the USA from lane 5, then lane 4, Alyssa Jordan. And in 3rd place in that race, Simran Kaur of Great Britain in lane 2. That's the 1, 2, 3 in terms of who crossed the line first. Of course, those times will now be converted into points to decide who the top 3 will be on the podiums later this evening. .28.06, the unofficial time posted by Beatrice Hatz. But the 3 that crossed the line in 1, 2 and 3, all from 3 different classifications. Beatrice Hatz, T44 athlete. It's her versus Alyssa Jordan as they came down the home straight. And Hatz just had a bit too much power. Jordan, a T47 athlete. Simran Kaur, a very tight bend on the inside in lane 2. She crossed the line 3rd. Just looking at some field events there. Damian Carcelen of Ecuador. '19-year-old silver medalist in the 400 meters, the World Championships in London. Extremely explosive athlete. And this is Anderson, Colorado. Teammate of Carcelen, representing Ecuador. Not quite as decorated as his colleague. I'm sure Colorado is here in Nottwil to make sure that everybody knows that he's got plenty of ability too. Enjoys a bit of the 400. You can see he was quick down the runway there, but just overshot it. The ways you can get in contact with us via the various different social media guises.
Do you sometimes wish your life was more exciting?
Here we go.
Hong Kong.
Diesen Sommer steht der Welt Großes bevor. Allianz Tag des Kinos. Am 3. September nur 5 Franken pro Ticket.
Do you sometimes wish your life was more exciting?
Here we go.
Diesen Sommer steht der Welt Großes bevor. Allianz Tag des Kinos. Am 3. September nur 5 Franken pro Ticket.
Unter dem Motto Sport trifft Musik gibt es für Sie, liebe Zuschauer, nicht nur hochstehende Wettkämpfe zu sehen, sondern auch Konzerte von Schweizer Musikgrößen wie Dodo und Mark Sway. Die beiden Stars verzichten dabei auf einen großen Teil ihrer Gage und ermöglichen so 2 Open-Air-Abende für Jung und Alt. Am Freitagabend rockt Mark Sway die Sportarena Nottwil um 19:30 Uhr. Im Anschluss an das Konzert lädt DJ Zuzu zum Verweilen ein. Am Samstag zaubert Dodo Open-Air-Stimmung. Auch dieses Konzert beginnt um 19:30 Uhr. Danach wird Cookie, der Herbalist, für gute Stimmung sorgen. Die Konzerte sind gratis für alle, die vor 18 Uhr in der Sportarena Nottwil eintreffen und die Athleten anfeuern. Für alle anderen gibt es Tickets an der Abendkasse. Erwachsene kosten 25 Franken, Kinder bis 16 Jahre 5 Franken. Am Sonntagabend findet die Abschlussparty in der Beach Bar statt. Auch hierzu sind Sie gerne eingeladen. Allianz Suisse präsentiert hier in Nottwil die World Para-Athletics Junior Championships. Der Weltverband des Anlasses ist World Para-Athletics und das Patronat hat Rollstuhlsport Schweiz. Als Event-Supporter unterstützt Swiss Olympic und Swiss Los Sportfonds des Kantons Luzern diesen Anlass. Noch 7 Minuten bis zum Start des ersten Rollstuhlrennens. 400 Meter Männer, T53, T54. Diese Athleten starten in der Kategorie U18.
So plenty still to come here on day one of the World Para-Athletics Junior Championships here in Nottwil. In just a few moments' time, we'll be turning our attention to the track once again. 400 meters the distance we've got coming up for you in the T53 to 54 classifications initially. The men first, then the women, the under 18 age groups, and then we'll do exactly the same in the under 20s. It's just completing a lap of the track just to get a feel for it, to ease into this final. It's going to be a full track. Lanes 1 to 8 all in use.
Just let me know where it's fine for you. Okay, perfect. Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Still a few minutes away from the start of this race. Some athletes happy to sit in position, visualize the race to come, do whatever it is that they need to do to get themselves in the right mind frame. Other athletes prefer to keep things moving. It's a fairly even split across the field. There's the start list for this race. Dario Studer in front of his home crowd here in Nottwil. And at just 13 years of age. birthday in there as well. 2, in fact. Ludwig Malter and Samuel Rizzo are both 17 today. Where else would you rather be than in the glorious sunshine here, competing in the inaugural World Para-Athletics Junior Championships? Spencer Kimbrough of the USA competed at the World Championships in Doha 2 years ago, so just 15. He was on the senior international stage, Kimbrough. Of my commentary box here at the Sport Arena Nottwil, we've got some fans of Team Germany, team, family and friends on the back. They've got some inflatable clappers from some of our sponsors. One of them has a very fetching shiny gold, red and black hat on, shimmering in the afternoon sunshine here. I'll be rooting for Christian Joshua Ademis in this one. 15-year-old will go in lane 5. So we've got Abdullah Al Ghafari from the United Arab Emirates. Decent swimmer by all accounts. Represented UAE on the international stage in junior para swimming as well. So out of the pool and onto the track, but major championships experience for him. He'll go in lane 7. Also in there, Takumi Sasahara of Japan will go in lane 2. Miguel Jimenez Vergara of the USA in lane 6. A good field this. 8 athletes vying for 3 medals. This is race 1 of 1 in this discipline.
400 Meter. Rollstuhlmänner T53, T54. On lane 8 from Australia, Samuel
the athletes
Rizzo.
then. Samuel Rizzo in lane 8 for Australia, 17 today. This is Abdullah Al Ghafari of the United Arab Emirates in lane 7.
On lane 6 from the USA,
Lane 6, Miguel Jimenez Vergara. Luminous yellow helmet. Inside him in lane 5 from Germany, Christian Ademis.
Lane 4 from the USA.
German fans down in front of my commentary position have got a rattle as well to make plenty of noise with. Spencer Kimbrough of USA, the most experienced athlete in the field.
Aus Österreich, Ludwig Malter.
Ludwig Malter of Austria, also 17 today, as is Samuel Rizzo in lane 8. Takumi Sasahara goes in lane 2 for Japan. And all the way on the inside,
Dario Studer.
Dario Studer, the host nation, Switzerland, just 13 years of age. So it's the men's 400 meters, T53 to 54, under 18s. Race 1 of 1. still not happy with something down on the track, so the athletes have just been asked to roll back for a moment while we make sure that we're in the best shape to start this race. Just checking the starting equipment. Bit of a hush around the sport arena, Nottwil, as a welcome, gentle breeze starts to flutter through. Seems as though we're happy this time. One of the officials is holding up the green card. The athletes have been asked to move up to their starting positions. For the men's 400 meters T53 to 54 under 18s. The starting equipment has started to beep, but everybody is going to carry on. So away they go. Do all the checks you like, but still beeps went off, so away we go. On the outside, Samuel Rizzo in the famous goal of Australia is now being hunted down by Miguel Jimenez Vergara in lane 6. It will be the American Jimenez Vergara that will come through to cross the line first. Also going well in lane 3, Ludwig Malta of Austria. So you're 1, 2, 3 in terms of crossing the line. Miguel Jimenez Vergara, Samuel Rizzo and Ludwig Malta. Spencer Kimbrough, T53 athlete, the only one in that race, so this time will need to be put through the computer to work it out into points. The rest of them were battling with each other. So that will mean that Jimenez Vergara and Rizzo will both get medals.
There will be a restart.
So the next race on the track will be another 400. This time it will be the turn of the women in the T53 to 54 classifications. Again in the under 18 age category. The only T53 athlete in the field is Julia Wurten of Germany. All the rest are T54 athletes. It's a very strong field indeed, this. Lizia Musanelli, we saw her earlier take the athlete's oath on behalf of all the athletes here at the World Championships in the opening ceremony at lunchtime today. She is no stranger to this track. Talent in there, Lucia Montenegro, 2 golds at the Youth Pan American Games. Würten, as I say, the only T53 athlete in this race. The German indoor national champion over 3 distances, including this, the 400. That's indoor, completely different scenario outdoors with an 8-lane outdoor track. Of Switzerland, one of their strongest hopes for a medal in their home championships. She'll have 5 goes at a medal. She's going to compete in the 100, 200, 800 and 1500 as well. So busy time for her in the next 4 days. Würden was about to give rivals a couple of meters head start there. The official has encouraged her to come forward to the correct start point. Now just again double and triple checking the starting system here at the Sport Arena Nottwil to make sure everything is working as it should.
Technische Probleme. Brauchen wir etwas Geduld? Ich möchte aber ankündigen, dass das 400 Meter Rennen T53, T50 um 18:45 Uhr nochmals gestartet wird. Der Grund ist ein unfairer Startvorgang. Be a restart
just
of the race 400 meter man
getting herself focused. Weira Huber of Switzerland
at 18:45. I repeat, a restart at 18:45.
So we're just hearing that there will be a restart from the previous race, the men's 400 meters T53 to 54 under 18s. That will be re-raced at 6:45 this evening. So if you've got an interest in that race, it is going to be repeated at 6:45 this evening. That's the end of the track action here on day 1. There was, as you may have heard, an issue with the starting system. No false start as such, but some of the athletes left in a little bit of confusion at the start of the race. So to make things nice and fair, they will be restarting the race at 6:45. And while we make sure that that starting equipment doesn't affect the next race, the women's 400 meters T53 to 54, they're encouraged to just go on another warm-up lap, keep things moving. Again, as we say, this is part of the reason these World Para-Athletics Junior Championships have been brought into existence. So athletes from a young age can get used to all the different things that can happen on a competition day. You can prepare yourself for an exact start time. Out of your control, such as this, just disrupt preparations slightly. It's all about how you deal with them, how you stay in the right mind frame when the race is ready to start.
Please, the racers from the Series 8, come to the start line. There is a shadow area to wait for your start. Bitte die Athleten der Serie 8, 400 Meter Frauen, in den Startbereich, in den Schatten. Ihr könnt hier warten, bis die technischen Probleme behoben sind.
Perfect weather to enjoy top-class para-athletics and have a beer. Others preferring to find a bit of shade. It is still very warm here in Nottwil. The fact that it's 5:35 local time now. We'll be bringing you shortly the women's 400 metres T53 to 54. Under 18s race. Officials working hard to make sure that can happen as soon as possible. Hive of activity here, the sport arena. Teams from the 40 nations represented, all mingling, meeting each other. Many of them will compete with and against each other for many years to come, one would imagine, on the senior circuit. These championships designed to bridge that gap, provide a major international stage for youth athletes. Marcel Hoog, he's a keen spectator. No doubt be passing on some of his wisdom. That's Miguel Jimenez Vergara, who did cross the line first in our previous race, that will, unfortunately for him, have to be re-raced at 6:45 this afternoon. See, we've got some younger spectators here as well. I'm sure she's been making plenty of noise with those inflatable clappers. Chance for a chill out for a few of our athletes that are not racing on day one. Members of Team Spain there. The small but enthusiastic Kazakhstani team. Pan of the sport arena, Nottwil. In the grounds of the Swiss Paraplegic Centre on the shore of Lake Sempak, just down the road from Luzern. I'm sure that chap has got himself some wonderful photos of already of the action, as well as the scenery and surroundings here.
Presentation of the athletes long jump woman F20. From Turkey, Mushine Gezer. From Argentina, Melanie Fernandez. From Belgium,
Well, we have a
Anke
brief
Snijers.
break in proceedings on the track.
From Great Britain,
Some
Esme
of our
O'Connell.
athletes in the
From Portugal,
F20
Ana
long jump.
Felipe.
There'll be 4 athletes in the under
From
18 age group,
Ecuador.
4 in the under 20 age group going in this
Marlita
one.
Alejandra Padilla Lara.
Just being introduced to the crowd now.
From Portugal, Karina Palm. From Turkey, Ezre Bayrak.
There we go, so all 8 of those athletes will compete alongside each other, but for 2 sets of medals. They get 6 jumps each. All in the same classification there, so no need for the points to work out who's won the medals. All about jumping the furthest. British flag in the background there. British interest in the shape of Esme O'Connell in the under 18s age group. It's the only event she's taking part in. Most of the other athletes here will be at least doubling up. Majority of them will run the 400 in the T20 classification. So Gezer, Fernandez, Snijers and O'Connell. 3 medals only, so one of them will miss out in the under 18, same in the under 20. Felipe, Padilla, Paim and Bayrak in the under 20. That's Musin Gezer. Won bronze in the 800 meters at London recently. Number 1, 2, 3 for the 14-year-old. What a breakthrough year she's had. She would love to add to the medal haul. And maybe upgrade it 1 or 2 from the senior bronze.
Mushine Gezer im Weitsprung. Gezer, Turkey, 3 meters 97.
397 is the opening jump for Musin Gezer of Turkey. Next up, it's Melanie Fernandez of Argentina. There goes Fernandez. The T20 classification features long jumpers that may have difficulty when retaining competition information, which affects their ability to alter technique or tactics. And find it hard to absorb information and apply complex training programs.
Aus Argentinien im Weitsprung. Meter 08.
here is Esme O'Connell of Great Britain. And there you see, right behind her, the Union Jack draped over the spectator barriers. Flying down the runway. The fans liked it.
O'Connell jumps 4 meters 31.
4 meters 31 for Esme O'Connell. Good effort from her. Now this is Anna Felipe. Got bronze in London at the seniors. Wants some clapping from the crowd over on the far side. 5:26, her personal best. That's what got her bronze in London. She's a terrific athlete, Anna Felipe. She looks fairly pleased with that. She was having a chat with her compatriot Karina Paim. Meanwhile, this is Padilla of Ecuador. Also competed in London at the 400 meters, Padilla. She will also take part in that discipline here in Nottwil as well.
Aus Portugal beim Weitsprung Anna Felipe, 4,06 Meter. Sie sind ersten Versuch.
This is Anna Felipe's teammate, Karina Paim. She's no stranger to major competitions as well. She was in London, disqualified from the 400. The 400 in Rio, the 400 and the 800 in Grosseto at the European Championships last year as well.
Werden präsentiert von der Allianz Suisse. Weltverband des Anlasses ist World Para-Athletics und das Patronat hat Rollstuhlsport Schweiz. Als Event-Supporter unterstützt Swiss Olympic und Swiss
And this is the last to go in the women's long jump. Ezra Bayrak of Turkey. That's got a 5 meter jump in it. 5 meters and 3 centimeters. Got a 5th place in London. She'll take part in the shot put and the 400 meters over the course of the next few days here in Nottwil. Smile for Bayrak. First round of the women's long jump. F20 classification, under 18s and under 20s. All done. 5 more to go. Second attempt for Musin Gezer of Turkey. And as you can see, we've got some track athletes back with us. A few issues with the starting equipment, but looks as if soon we'll have the women's 400 meters T53 to 54. We had them all but lined up a quarter of an hour ago. So a reminder of who's going to be taking part in this. Bit of interest for the home crowd. Vaira Huber. And also Licia Musinelli, who took the athlete's oath in the opening ceremony. Both of those two representing Switzerland, two from the USA in Hannah Dedrick and Elizabeth Flock. Both from the same club, those two. 14-year-olds from Parasports Spokane. Julia Wurten is the only T53 athlete in this race from Germany. Also in there, Lucia Montenegro of Argentina. Tasted success already this year with 2 goals at the Youth Pan American Games. She says that she comes to these championships wanting a medal, or failing that, at least a PB. And she knows she's done pretty much all she can. There's a Finnish athlete going in this one as well, Sini Paukeri, who enjoyed her 16th birthday yesterday. I'm sure the celebrations won't have been too wild in preparation for today's race. Great Britain's Eden Rainbow Cooper also in this race. Trains at the Weir Archer Academy under the tutelage of the widely respected David Weir and Jenny Archer. Inspired by London 2012, no doubt inspired by David Weir's performances there, Eden Rainbow Cooper. She'll be going in lane 4.
(400-meter women T53, T54). On lane 8 from Finland, Sini Paukeri.
So here we go then. Here are the athletes in 8. Sini Paukeri from Finland. In 7, the first of the 2 American athletes, Elizabeth Flock.
Tina on lane 6.
In 6, Lucia Montenegro of Argentina. Vamos Lucia, comes the shout from the sidelines. Hannah Dedrick, also of the USA, in 5. Lane 4, Great Britain's Eden Rainbow Cooper. Licia Musinelli gets a very good response indeed from her home crowd here. She goes in lane 3. Lane 2, Julia Wurten. The German supporters in front of my commentary box here make plenty of noise. And then on the inside in lane 1, Vaira Huber, also of Switzerland. They've had to go away from the track for 15-20 minutes or so and come back in the right mind frame to take this race on. It's the women's 400 meters T53 to 54 under 18s. There is Julia Wurten, 15 years of age, the only T53 athlete in this race. All the other athletes are classified in the T54 classification. So that means that they're all racing against each other essentially for the medal places. And as there are 2 different classifications in this race, it still go down to the multi-classification points. Times are fed into a computer via a magic formula. That's Eden Rainbow Cooper just staring at the track, staying focused, as we have got another brief delay here. Really testing time for all of these athletes. A lot of time away from the track. Had to almost re-motivate themselves and get back into the racing mindset, and now they're sat in their starting positions at what they believe to be the start of the race. And they're being asked to hang on again. Just testing the starting equipment once more. Bit of a hush again around the Sport Arena Nottwil. There's plenty of interested spectators along the barriers here at the start-finish line and also around the first bend. Some gathered around the top bend as well. A lot of them watching the long jump action that's going on the infield. In the women's T20 classification, the athletes in this women's 400 T53 to 54 have been told that they no longer have to sit tight and wait this out. They can go for another lap if they want to. And all bar Lucia Montenegro of Argentina have taken up that opportunity. Eden Rainbow Cooper going around there. Lizia Musanelli as well of Switzerland. A few of the Brazilian team. One of my favourite team outfits, the Brazilian. Sini Paukeri is now the only stationary athlete waiting for this race to restart. Oh, well, I say restart. Start in the first place. We've come very close to having it start a couple of times. Very steady lap of the track. The athletes that didn't want to wait it out. Going on the inside will be Waira Huber. And now everybody is in position except Lucia Montenegro. She's only gone around about 100 meters or so. She's going to come back now. really is a test of the mental strength of these young athletes, ranging from 14 to 16 years of age. By my watch, this has been over half an hour in the making. But on your marks is the call, the women's 400 meters, T53 to 54, under 18s. And we are finally away with the women's 400 meters, T53 to 54. Strong start in lane 6. Lucia Montenegro going with her on the inside of her is Hannah Dedrick. Those two have started very strongly in 5 and 6 respectively. Now Dedrick starts going and she's past Montenegro. Hannah Dedrick will lead them out down the back straight by some considerable distance. This is a superb start indeed from the 14-year-old American Hannah Dedrick. Lucia Montenegro is up there, certainly in second place. Outside her, Flock going well as well. So here we come then with Dedrick in lane 5. She will win this by a clear margin. Hannah Dedrick crosses the line first. Second, Lucia Montenegro in lane 6. Lane 7, Elizabeth Flock finishing strongly for 4th. Lizia Musinelli of Switzerland. Paukeri and Huber finishing. And then in lane 2, Julia Wurten, remember, T53 athlete. So she's very much against the clock rather than the rest of them. She does cross the line last in terms of track position, but her time will be calculated to bring out a points total. No doubting from fairly early on that Hannah Dedrick was the winner on the track. Montenegro in second. Flock of the USA came through in third. So the only real thing to factor in there is Julia Wurten's points total. So Dedrick and Montenegro will win medals. It all depends on what order they come in. Put everything into that, Hannah Dedrick. Managed a bit of a smile.
Okay. I've never been there. Yeah. Yeah. Still on my list. Actually, I was going there, but just for like Okay. Next time I will try.
So next on track, we can have the men's 400 meters T52 to 54 and the under 20s age group. And there's the start list for it.
Under 20, 400 meter men, T52, T54. On lane 8, from USA, Isaiah Rigo.
So they're in lane 8, Isaiah Rigo for USA. Lane 7, one of 3 Japanese athletes in this race, Taishi Yamakita.
From Finland, Nico Ristirante.
Nico Ristirante of Finland in 6. Riku Wakiyama, the second of the Japanese athletes, in lane 5.
Lane 4 from Great Britain.
Jack Agnew from Great Britain in lane 4.
Lane
Big
3
cheers from the British
USA,
crowd.
Philip Croft.
Philip Croft of USA goes in lane 3.
Lane 2 from Mexico, Juan Adonai Portuis.
Juan Adonai Poit
Lane
Utiz
1
for
from
Mexico,
Japan.
well received as well in lane 2. Yusei Kimura is the 3rd representative of Japan in this race in lane 1. This is the men's 400 meters T52 to 54 under 20s race. And away we go. So a variety of classifications in here. T52, the lowest of them, Isaiah Rigo in lane 8. And then a mixture of T53 and T54 throughout the rest of the field. So we'd expect Rigo to cross the line last, but remember, this time will be put into the formula based on the best times in his particular classification. That's how multi-class racing works.
Yamakita, lane 8, Rigo.
So it's a fairly split field as they go around the top bend. In lane 4, Jack Agnew of Great Britain is the man powering away. Lane 5, Riku Wakiyama close to him, but crossing the line first, Agnew, Wakiyama second, and then 3rd in lane 3, Philip Croft. Agnew and Wakiyama T54 athletes, Philip Croft at T53. They were the top 3 in terms of track position. No doubt about the fact that Jack Agnew of Great Britain
We're running late, aren't we?
finished cut above the rest of the athletes in his class, the T54. He'll just eagerly await the time calculations from Juan Adonai Putuitz and also from the T52 athlete Isaiah Rigo. It's a very good effort indeed from Philip Croft, the T53 athlete, to finish 3rd in that race from lane 3, ahead of several T54 athletes. And remember, in a group of classifications, the higher the number in the classification, the less severe the impairment. So here we came Came down the home straight there with Jack Agnew well in front, being cheered on by good support there. But a good distance between himself and second place Riku Wakayama. Third there in lane 3, Philip Croft. Taishi Yamakita in fourth is unlikely to have done enough to put himself in and around the top 3 when those times all go through the point system. Still plenty of action to come on day 1 of these World Para Athletics Junior Championships here in Nottwil. We're preparing for our next race, which features just these 2 athletes. Both of them from the USA, Abby Farrell and Sophie Munter. Difference in age, but also in classification here. So Sophie Munter will go
400-meter
in lane 4 for USA. She's 14 years of age in the T34 classification. Racers have reduced coordination of muscle movements and neurological impairments, slowing signals from the brain to the body, whereas in the T54 classification, that's Abby Farrell in lane 3. Racers in that classification can generate power through the full range of body and arm movements. So 2 completely different classifications here, really, both in wheelchair racing. Abby Farrell's also 18 years of age, so 4 years between them. And in 2 different classifications. So away we go. We'd expect in lane 3 Abby Farrell to be much the quicker, and indeed that is the case from the start here as she moves up on the inside of Sophie Munter. A reminder that these 2 are not really racing against each other on this track. They're racing against the clock to log the best time possible, convert that via a formula into a points total. It's calculated based on world leading times in each classification, the respective world record. Many other factors go into figuring out the points total. Farrell, after initially threatening to open up a fairly substantial gap between her and her compatriot Sophie Munter, hasn't really been able to do so that much, but Abby Farrell will come through and cross the line first, as we expected the 18-year-old to do. It's a very good display in lane 4 as well from Sophie Munter, one of many American athletes at the Parasports Spokane Club. Turns 15 in 4 days' time, Sophie Munter. She and Abby Farrell have posted their times. Those times will be converted into points to decide in which order those 2 will be finally classified in the results.
F32-34. From Germany, Charlene Kosche.
That was the early move that Farrell made on Munter.
United Arab Emirates.
But Munter had something to chase then and stuck with her throughout the rest of the lap.
Seated discus. Men F32-34. Medina Meneses, Diego Fernando from Colombia.
We've got some discus going on in the field as well in the men's F32 to 34 classification. That's Diego Meneses of Colombia. Lots of gestures as he looks over to his coaching staff. This is the seated discus, so all 6 of Meneses' attempts will be taken one after the other. See if that quick chat with the coach has helped any more this time. It's out towards and possibly just past the 30-meter mark. Did compete in the Paralympics in Rio, Diego Meneses.
There will be 6 throws with the discus.
4th in the javelin was his best result, just out of the medals. 8th in the shot put as well. Incredible upper body strength in the seated discus. Big yelp and it's clipped the line.
And there were four infield gates that you could have that you could share with people. You could go into free throws and you could come straight out. That's the World Championships. You've not been yet? I know that for the IPC World Championships.
The upcoming discus thrower will be from Iran, Muhammadata Bekrezai.
that's the first of the 200 meters over there. The guys who are waiting there are reckon the first of the 200 meters. We've got 2:25:38, 2:22:37. This discus is quite easy to shoot because it's stationary. When it's standing. Pardon? Yeah, shot's nice. Except they wouldn't let me in front of for a direct view on the thing, which is very unusual.
So just two men in the under-20 age group in the men's discus, F32 to 34. That's Mohamed Taha Begrazai of Iran going head-to-head with Diego Meneses Medina of Colombia. Normally you get a steely, determined stare when an athlete's about to throw a discus. Smiles and waves from Begrazai. Really important to get the settings just right for these seated throws. Such is the explosive power of the athletes. Make sure everything's strapped in, but also to the right tension. That's 30 meters, 26 centimeters for Diego Meneses Medina. That's what Mohamed Taha Begrazai of Iran is up against. Go back over to the track shortly here at the Sport Arena in Nottwil. Our next event is the men's 200 meters T35 to 38.
35 till 38. On lane 8
This is
from
the
España.
under 20s
Ivan
age group.
Alexander Soriano Jacob.
Ivan Soriano of Spain goes in lane 8.
Deutschland auf der Bahn 7. Franz Michael Koalik.
Franz Koalik
From
of Germany
India,
in lane
on
7.
lane 6. Manu
Manu of India
aus
in lane
Deutschland.
6.
Auf der Bahn 5.
Malcolm Meissner of Germany in 5.
From Argentina.
4, Pablo Barrios
lane
of
4.
Argentina.
From Poland.
He's the oldest man in this race at 19 years of age. In
lane
3,
3.
Michal
From
Kowski
Japan,
of Poland.
Masatoshi Sorimaki, lane 2.
Masatoshi
Aus
Sorimachi of
Deutschland,
Japan in 2, and in 1,
Moritz Rajkowski,
Moritz Rajkowski
Bahn 1.
of Germany. So this is race 1 of 2 in the T35 to 38 classification, under 20 age group. All the athletes in this one, T37s, mixture of T35, T36 and T38 in the next race, which will be coming in just a moment's time. So this is final 1 of 2 in the men's 200 metres, T35 to 38, under 20s. Athletes just being asked to stand up. They were held an awfully long time. 8 athletes in this. A further 7 go in the second half of this final, if you like. So 15 athletes, just 3 medals available. So a brief pause, they seem ready once again to get going. Reminded all eight athletes in this race, T37 athletes. And they are now away. Around the top bend they come, very well supported. Michal Kotkowski in the traditional white and red of Poland looks to be the man in charge of this one. Kotkowski coming through. Koalik of Germany in second in lane 7, but it will be Michal Kotkowski by quite a clear margin. Second for Franz Koalik, third for Pablo Barrios, and there was a tumble on the line from Ivan Soriano, the athlete in lane 8. Kotkowski, Koalik and Barrios, the top 3 in the T37 classification. Now, if it were an out-and-out T37 final, they would be your medalists, but they're not. There's a second half of this final to come shortly. So all the athletes between T35 to 38 will post their times to be turned into points. Here Kotkowski emerged fairly early on as the leader of this race. Kept that going throughout despite Koalik trying to put some pressure on from outside in lane 7. Pablo Barrios perhaps with something to chase in lane 3 in the shape of Kotkowski. Managed to make sure that he finished ahead of the rest. are standing by here for the second part of the men's 200 meters T35 to 38 final, the under 20 age group. Eight athletes in the T37 classification go in the first race. Yeah, we've got T35, T36 and T38 athletes. T35 classification, runners are affected in all limbs, and mostly in the legs. Often use a short, fast stride. T36 runners have all four limbs affected and show involuntary movements which impact on the start, stride pattern and balance. T38 runners show asymmetry and slightly reduced coordination and muscle movement. Their running style tends to smooth out as they increase in speed. So those are the three classifications we've got in this next race. Let's meet the individuals. In lane 8 of the USA is Derek Mont.
Lane 7,
Matej Berdis from Czech Republic.
Lane
6, Amar Aichun from Great Britain.
Lane 5 from Colombia.
Character, isn't he, Aichun? In lane 5, Andres de Avila Gomez for Colombia. Lane 4, Jose Serrano from Mexico.
Lane 3 from Colombia.
Inside him, Juan Gomez from Colombia.
From Brasilia,
Lucas Magalhães of Brazil in lane 2. So age 17 to 19 in this field, T35, T36 and T38. It's the second part of the final of the men's 200 meters T35 to 38 under 20s. Michal Kotkowski is the man to beat in this one. He won the all T37 first part of this final. But when his time is converted into points, will it be good enough to be ahead of all of these athletes too? That's what they'll be trying to prevent. Just waiting for the infield to be a bit calmer for the start of this 200 meter T35 to 38 race. Well, we rattled through the introductions here at the Sport Arena and maybe we got a bit ahead of ourselves. Well, there's a bit of confusion over there at the start. Some of the athletes carried on powering around the top bend. Some looked around as if to say, do I need to run or do I not need to run? Was it an athlete at fault this time? entirely sure what's gone on there. Neither was Matej Berdis in lane 7 from the Czech Republic. So they've kept us waiting in this men's 200 metres, T35 to 38, under 20s, second stage of the final, if you like. Well, they're not away cleanly. And again, on the outside, Derek Mont of the USA has powered his way through a good 75 metres or so. Once again, in lane 7, Matej Berdis looked around as if to say, are we going? Most of the people he turned around and looked at didn't go. Derek Mont has expended an awful lot of energy. Judging by the way the officials are hastily looking at the start equipment, one would think that none of the athletes are at fault here. Teething problems on day one. I have to say, there's not really an audible starting noise, which may be the thing that's confusing the athletes the most. The look of bemusement on Matej Berdis' face the 2 times that we've tried to start this race. Just coming into your picture is Derek Mont. He's had 2 practice starts, if you like. Almost like a training exercise. He's going to get back in the blocks and hope it's 3rd time lucky. Interesting that Derek Mont, as I say, has covered probably 75 metres on each of the 2 failed attempts at starting this race. Just inside him, Matej Berdis has barely made it. 7 paces. And we're settling down once again. Athletes from T35, T36 and T38 classifications in this one. The T37 athletes went in the first half of this final. These 7 athletes seeking to post as quick a time as possible to convert into a points total. And we are away this time. On the outside, Derek Mont has been rapidly caught by Aymar Achun of Great Britain, Andres de Avila Gomez of Colombia being left behind. Achun is just going to be caught here, I think, by lane 3, Juan Sebastian Gomez. Gomez and Achun on the line. Derek Mont crossed the line in 3rd, but remember, all these athletes from different classifications running against the clock. And through comes Matej Berdis in lane 7 to cross the line. It was Juan Sebastian Gomez Coa of Colombia. I think just about got that on the line ahead of Aymar Achun, Great Britain. was Aitun that led coming into the home straight, but really stepped on the gas there, Juan Sebastian Gomez-Coa. There you see Aitun making a move on the inside of Matej Berdis. Those two in different classifications, so not really for position in this final, if you like. And there they come down practically side by side, Aitun and Gomez-Coa. You can see they are further ahead of the rest of the field. I think it's the Colombian that gets it. Aitun in second, and in third, Derek Mont in lane 8 for the USA. Those three, they want three to cross the line first in race 2 of the men's 200 meters T35 to 38 final. Now it's up to the computer to sort out the points, mix them in with the points accrued by the T37 athletes in the first race, and then and only then can we decide the destination of the 3 medals. More 200 meter racing coming for you next on the track. It's the men's T42 to 47 under 20s age group. 6 athletes in this one, just the one race in this final. Marco Pentagoni of Italy competed at the European Championships in his home country in Grosseto this time last year. Tavon Thomas competed in the 100 meters in London. Aspires to be like his compatriot Usain Bolt in every way on and off the track. And specific target for Tavon Thomas is to emulate Usain Bolt's junior world title that he won 15 years ago. Here they are in lane order then, starting on the outside in lane 7, Amit Kumar of India. He's got his sights set on next season really as his as the one where he makes his mark, targeting at least a medal at the Commonwealth Games in 2018 in Gold Coast, Australia, and the Asian Para Games in Jakarta. In 6 is Marco Pentagoni of Italy. In 5, Ramon David Madranero of Spain. In 4, Alexander Potocznik of Austria. In 3, Vinay Kumar Lau. And in 2, Tavon Thomas of Jamaica. All of the athletes in this race 18 years of age, except Potocznik in lane 4, who celebrated his 19th birthday yesterday. It's the men's 200 meters T42 to 47 under 20s final. No problems on the start for this one. Flying around the outside, Amit Kumar of India, but then coming through in lane number 4 is Alexander Potocznik, but holding on in lane 7, Amit Kumar of India. I think he's just going to get enough to cross the line first. He does ahead of Potocznik, and crossing the line third, Tavon Thomas of Jamaica in lane 2. Still coming through in lane 6, Marco Pentagoni, the only T42 athlete in that field, so he was racing against the clock rather than against the rest of the athletes there. Amit Kumar held on there, despite the best efforts of Potocznik. And Tavon Thomas of Jamaica in third. Amit Kumar and Siobhan Thomas in the same classification, T46. Made a really good start on the outside. The 18-year-old from India, Amit Kumar. As he came here, Potocznik just looked like he might start to push through. But Amit Kumar found something extra. Managed to hold on to cross the line just ahead of Potocznik. Siobhan Thomas not far behind the front two at all. But again though, with athletes from 4 different classifications there, we'll need to put those times into the system, calculate the points totals for them all. Next on track, the women's 200 meters T35 to 38. And this final split over 2 races, 5 athletes in the first part. All athletes T37 classification apart from Hyun Jong Seol of Korea, who is a T38 athlete. Here are the athletes taking part in this then. Suelen Oliveira of Brazil is on the outside here in lane 6.
38. On lane 6 from Brasilia, Suelen Oliveira. Lane 5 from New Zealand.
Nice little heart shape from Oliveira. Libby Lakis of New Zealand in lane 5. That's Kotomi Yoshikawa in lane 4 of Japan. Amy Carr of Great Britain goes in lane 3. And on the inside in lane 2, Hyun Jong So. All of these athletes will take part in the 100 meters as well at these championships. Mixture of 18 and 19-year-olds, and as I say, 4 of the athletes T37, except Hyun Jong Seol in lane 2, who's a T38 classified athlete. This is part 1 of 2 in this final of the women's 200 meters T35 to 38. Away we go. It's a strong start on the outside by Suelen Oliveira, but now motoring from lane 3 is Amy Carr of Great Britain. She will emerge onto the straight just about level with Suelen Oliveira. Great Britain's Amy Carr really working hard down this straight. Is she going to have enough track to catch Suelen Oliveira? I think she's just about going to get there on the line. She does. Carr first, Oliveira second, and through in lane 4, Kotomi Yoshikawa of Japan. They're the top 3 from the first half of this final. Good run by Amy Carr. She won the battle on the track. Quickest of the T37 athletes.
Announcement for Team Colombia. Can you please send your athlete Castro Ramirez to Van Joel to the victory ceremonies area?
High fives all around, nice to see. Good mutual respect between all of these athletes. As they came onto the straight there, Oliveira just about had the edge. Amy Carr working hard. Oliveira was probably in front until there were about 20-25 meters to go. Amy Carr kept on pushing through. Oliveira has to settle for second in that heat. I say heat, It's part one of the final, really. And Kotomi Yoshikawa through in third, but there are still 4 athletes that can prevent any of those in that top 3 in that half of the final from being on the podium in a short while this evening. So we've got the second part of that final coming up very shortly indeed on the track. And in fact, there is the start list. 4 athletes in this one. Jagoda Kibil of Poland. She's 17 years of age, T35 athlete. Nadia Scorbini of Argentina is a T36 athlete. And then Vanessa Brown and Lucia Muro Padilla are both T38 classified athletes. Only one with major championships experience in this field. That's Germany's Vanessa Brown, who competed in the 100-meter heats at Rio 2016 Paralympics and also placed 13th in the long jump over in Rio.
Meter Frauen, T35, T38.
So they've seen what's gone before them.
Mexico, Lucia Fernanda Muro Padilla. Auf der Bahn 5 aus Deutschland,
There we
Vanessa
go.
Brown.
Just in 6 there, Lucia Fernanda Muro Padilla. 5, Vanessa Brown. 4, this is Nadia Scorbini. And then in 3, Jagoda Kibil. These 4 athletes still can very much medal with the medals, if you like. Joys of multi-class racing. So it's the second part of the final of the women's 200 meters T35 to 38. In the under 20 age group. And away we go. Fairly strong start from everybody. Vanessa Brown and Lucia Muro Padilla moving nicely now on the outside. Vanessa Brown is overtaking the athlete from Mexico on the outside of her. Those two are pretty much side by side as they come into the straight, and Lucia Muro Padilla is not going to give this up without a fight. It's Muro Padilla versus Brown. Brown still working hard, but Muro Padilla just digs a bit deeper to cross the line first. Second Brown, and in lane 3, Jagoda Kibil just beats Nadia Scorbini to take 3rd spot in that heat. Brilliant head-to-head battle between Lucia Fernanda Muro Padilla, who won it in the end, and Vanessa Brown of Germany. A reminder, those times will now be converted into points and mixed in with those achieved in race 1 of the final. Here we go, from the start. Brown was always pulling away from Scorbini, and as they came around the bend there, it looked as if she'd made up all that ground on Lucia Muro Padilla. Then as it straightened out, Mexican athlete in lane 6 just managed to dig a bit deeper. Direct race between the two of them, both T38 athletes. It was just Lucia Muro Padilla who edged it in the end. Good race though, and I think it will have helped both of them to have their fellow T38 athlete alongside them. try and drag out the best time possible. Remember, it's all pretty much against the clock, although the time itself doesn't record as such. The quicker the time, the more points you score. If you get the most points, you win the medal. Sounds simple. There is a mathematic formula involved somewhere in between that I won't even pretend to be able to calculate. So this is the start list for what should have been our final race of the day. We will still have one more to come that will be re-raced from earlier, but this is the women's 200 meters T42 to T47 in the under 20 age group. 4 athletes in this one. Only 3 medals to be won. One of them will be missing out. 3 T47 athletes in this, and there is the T44 athlete that goes in lane 6, Jessica Himes of the United States of America.
Lane 5 from India.
5, Jayanti Behera of India.
From
Raced
Chile,
in London
lane 4,
recently,
Amanda Cherna.
as did Amanda Cherna of Chile in lane 4.
Lane 3,
And in lane 3
Kei Fu
for
Long.
Hong Kong, Kei Fu Long. Amanda Cherna in lane 4 is a classy athlete, a 2-time youth Pan American champion. He's competed at the Worlds in London, at Rio last year. Jayanti Behera finished 10th in the 200 meters in London, 28.89 seconds her time. Also 6th in the 400, Behera. Jessica Himes has competed at major championships before, Rio and Doha, but mainly in the 400 meters and the discus. Be interesting to see how she fares over 200 meters. The women's 200 meters T42 to 47 under 20s final. Immediately, Behera makes up some ground on Jessica Himes. Himes, remember, in the T44 classification, the other 3 athletes in the T47, so it looks like it's going to be a straight race between Behera and Cherna here for the victory in this final in terms of track position. Cherna, the taller of the figures, just about ahead at the moment. Behera working the arms to try and catch her, but Amanda Cherna will cross the line first. Jayanti Behera second. Jessica Himes of the USA in 3rd from lane 6 there. And in 4th, Kei Fu Long. Good race, as we had in the last one there, with athletes of the same classification, side by side. Amanda Cherna, the class act from Chile, just had too much for Jayanti Behera.
From United Arab Emirates.
With Jessica Himes in the T44 classification, finishing in the top 3 there. The points should point to Himes getting a medal of some description. Remember, in a group of classifications, the higher the number, the less severe the impairment. So here was the race between the 2 T47 athletes. Amanda Cherna on the right of your picture, Jayanti Behera on the left. Cherna just looked a bit calmer. Looked like she knew she had it in the bag. Jayanti Behera was working extremely hard. And Amanda Cherna, big smiles for her. Very good run indeed from the Chilean athlete. Quit studying this year to focus on athletics, has moved to Santiago. Take up a course in sports nutrition next year. Oh, she'd love to do so with a World Junior Championships gold medal around her neck. So we've still got a bit of discus going on the infield. We still have got one track event to come for you. It's the re-race of the men's 400 metres, T53 to 54 under 18 age group. We had some problems with the starting equipment when this was originally scheduled. Although the race was completed, it was deemed that it would need to be re-raced. There's one of the legends of para-athletics, Marcel Hoog. Been here pretty much all day, casting an eye over the new generation. As I say, there is still some seated discus going on in the infield. The women's F32 to 34. All hooks in the Great Britain camp. Yes, we can see you. Amar Achun trying to get himself involved as well. We're wheeling the starting equipment back to the 400-metre start point. As I say, we have still got one race to come. Victory ceremonies for all of today's medalists will follow. I'm sure whoever was being waved at there has got the message. Thank you to everybody that's watching this live stream wherever you are in the world on day one of the inaugural World Para-Athletics Junior Championships.
Begrüßen Sie mit einem herzlichen Applaus die Athleten für den Restart 400 Meter Männer.
We're glad you could join us. We hope you've been enjoying the action so far. People here at the Sport Arena Nottwil, I'm sure, have been as well. (7:10) in the evening local time now. Still extremely pleasant, the weather. Hoping for more of the same throughout these championships. So just an evening session today on day one, but then we've got morning sessions on Friday, Saturday and Sunday, all starting at 9 o'clock. That is 2 sessions per day for the remaining 3 days of these championships. Here's the start list then. If you were watching about 5:20 this afternoon, almost 2 hours ago, when we initially saw this race, we're going to do it all over again. It's the men's 400 metres, T53 to 54, under 18s. All T54 athletes apart from Spencer Kimbrough in lane 4 for USA. He's a T53 classified athlete. So although he is likely to finish on the track behind the rest of the competitors, remember his time will be calculated into points based on his respective classification. When the final was first raced, it was lane 6, Miguel Jimenez Vergara, that crossed the line first. Samuel Rizzo of Australia was second, and Ludwig Malta of Austria was third. Now Rizzo and Malta both turned 17 today, and they'll have thought that crossing the line second and third in their final would have been the ideal birthday present. That was just a rehearsal, and they've got to do it all over again. Reminder, that doesn't guarantee the fact that that's where the medals would go, whoever crosses the line 1, 2 and 3, because we will have to factor in Spencer Kimbrough's time and therefore accumulated points total. Such is the way that multi-class racing works. This is the last track action of the day.
Right, clear.
Still by my count a couple of athletes to go in the women's F32 to 34 discus. There in lane 1 is 13-year-old Dario Studer of the host nation Switzerland.
400-meter men, T53, T54. Lane 8 from Australia, Samuel Rizzo.
From lane 8 downwards, Samuel
Lane
Rizzo
7
of
from the United
Australia,
Arab
second
Emirates,
when this race was
Abdullah
first raced earlier on.
Al-Ghafferi.
Lane 7, Abdullah Al-Ghafferi of
Lane
United
6
Arab
from the
Emirates.
USA.
Lane 6, this is the
Miguel
one that crossed the line first
Vergara.
earlier on, Miguel Jimenez Vergara.
Aus Deutschland auf der Bahn
So
5.
he surely starts as the favourite.
Tristan Joshua
Christian
Ademis.
Ademis for Germany in lane
Lane
5.
4 from the USA.
This is the T53
Spencer
athlete in this
Kimbrough.
race, Spencer Kimbrough of USA
Aus
in lane
Österreich
4.
auf der Bahn 3.
In lane 3, Ludwig Malta of Austria, third man to cross the line when we initially raced this earlier on today. Lane 2, Takumi Sasahara from Japan.
Und aus der
And
Schweiz
in lane
auf der
1,
Bahn 1.
we saw him just a couple of moments ago.
Dario Studer.
13 years of age. Getting experience of a major championships. And the tough inside lane. So here we go with the re-race of the men's 400 metres, T53, 54, under 18s.
On your marks.
Everybody in position, and we are away first time then for the re-race. Keep an eye on lane 6, Miguel Jimenez Vergara. He was the quickest. And we saw these athletes earlier on. Samuel Rizzo going out well in lane 8. He was second fastest earlier on. Going well in lane 5, Tristan Ademis is staying very much with Miguel Jimenez Vergara down the back straight. As Jimenez Vergara got more in the tank around the top bend. He's starting to create some distance now, Jimenez Vergara, between him and lane 5, Tristan Ademis. Jimenez Vergara will come in to the straight just about in the lead. Samuel Rizzo is going to push him hard on the outside. It's between those two again. They were the first two in when we raced this earlier. They'll be the first two again in the same order. Jimenez Vergara, then Rizzo, and crossing the line just about third still, Ludwig Malta. And Tristan Ademis from Germany had a very good race. He finished 4th, just a fraction of a second. And Dario Studer, the 13-year-old Swiss athlete, is getting a rousing reception as he comes through to cross the line. So we re-raced it. There was no change in the top 3. Ludwig Malta almost pipped to 3rd place by Tristan Ademis in lane 5. Not quite, though. So they were the top 3 that crossed the line, but remember, there were T53 athlete Spencer Kimbrough in lane 4. Could still affect the medal positions, depending on how his time is calculated into points. So this is the man that won it. Working hard from the start, Miguel Jimenez Vergara didn't really show his full advantage until they came into the straight, though. There he is in the bright yellow helmet, and on the near side, well, the left of your picture now, Samuel Rizzo of Australia really trying to push him close. But Jimenez Vergara on top once again. That's how close it was on the line for 3rd and 4th between Malta and Ademis. All smiles, Miguel Jimenez Vergara. He's won 2 races now at these World Championships, surely. Although it was the same one. So that's the track action complete on day 1 of the inaugural World Para-Athletics Junior Championships here in Nottwil. Still some field action going on. Plenty of support here, some German flags waving. Saw a Canada t-shirt there. I'm guessing the family of Simran Kaur of Great Britain. And by the fact that Simran is plastered across the front of that Union Jack. More Union Jacks waving there, more British support. And those are the ways that you can get in touch and keep in touch on social media. The main hashtag Nottwil 2017. See what we've done there.
Do you sometimes wish your life was more exciting?
Here we go.
Diesen Sommer steht der Welt Großes bevor. Der Allianz Tag des Kinos. Am 3. September nur 5 Franken pro Ticket.
Do you sometimes wish your life was more exciting?
Here we go.
Diesen Sommer steht der Welt Großes bevor. Der Allianz Tag des Kinos. Am 3. September nur 5 Franken pro Ticket.
Now, Shema Sultan, also United Arab Emirates.
Ladies and gentlemen, victory ceremony for men U80 T35 to T38. Please welcome the medalists.
Time for the medal ceremonies
Will be
here at Sport
presented
Arena
by
Nottwil.
Roger Getman. He is the Vice President from the LOC Committee Nottwil 2017.
Just making sure everybody's in the right place.
Bronze medalist representing Canada, Zachary Shingras.
The bronze in this one was Zachary Gingras of Canada. He actually won race one of the final, but he was usurped in the second race as the T37 athletes took to the track.
Silver medalist representing Colombia, Duvan Joel Castro Ramirez.
Duvan Joel Castro Ramirez of Colombia, the silver medalist. Got a time of 27.20 seconds in the T36 classification. We've got a medalist from each of the three classifications. T36, 37 and 38.
Saudi Arabia,
here is our gold medalist. Ali Al-Naki of Saudi Arabia. 25.07 seconds for him. He won the second race in the final. And
ladies
that was
and
good
gentlemen,
enough for
the
gold.
national anthem of Saudi Arabia. Ladies and gentlemen, the World Junior Championship medalists.
So the first gold medal of these World Para-Athletics Junior Championships put around the neck of Ali Al Nakli of Saudi Arabia in the men's 200 meters T35 to T38 under 18 age group.
Ladies and gentlemen, victory ceremony for women U80 T35 to C38. Please welcome the medalists.
The next presentation ceremony is for the women's 200 meters T35 to T38 under 18s.
Representing Mexico, Carla Sofia Cardenas Herrera.
Bronze in this one went to Carla Sofia Cardenas Herrera of Mexico. She crossed the line just about first in the second part of the final. But as a T38 athlete,
Silver medalist,
the least level of impairment in the range of classifications. Second went to Tamsin Colley, who was also featured in that race. T36 athlete from Australia. Another taste of major championships for her after competing in the heats in Rio last year. The gold medalist for Great Britain, Eve Walsh-Dan. She crossed the line very close to Tamsin Colley, who's also a T36 athlete, but crucially she finished ahead of her, Eve Walsh-Dan. And although she finished behind Carla Sofia Cardenas Herrera on the track, once that time was calculated based on the classification, Eve Walsh-Dan accrued the most points. She gets the gold medal.
Ladies and gentlemen, the World Championship medalists. Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for men U80, 42 to 47.
Next ceremony to take place, the men's 200 meters T42 to 47 under 18s. This was a terrific race indeed. Some of the most exciting athletes at these championships, all up against each other. Phil Groller got bronze for Germany. Big, powerful character, Groller, who will take part in the shot put and the discus, as well as the 100 meters across these championships. Desperate to represent his country at the Paralympic Games. Tokyo 3 years away, being on the podium at the inaugural World Para-Athletics Junior Championships. Not a bad place to start. Riccardo Baghini is quite used to the colour silver. He picked up a silver medal at the World Para-Athletics Championships in London recently as part of the 4x100 metre relay team. It's an individual silver medal for him here at the World Junior Championships. He seems pretty happy with that.
Representing the Republic of South Africa.
But I'll tell you what, this man looks set to be a huge character on and off the track in many years to come. Ntando Malangu of South Africa. Left it very late to win the race on the line. The only T42 athlete in it.
Ladies and gentlemen,
he gets the gold medal in the men's 200 meters T42 to 47 under 18s.
Ladies and gentlemen, the World Championship medalists.
Gold for Ntando Malangu of South Africa. Silvers at the Worlds in London and in Rio. Shown he can do it on the biggest stage of all. He can now call himself a world champion. And I'm certain that he'll be able to translate that gold medal into senior gold medals in the not too distant future. Just 15 years of age, Ntando Malangu. Terrific talent. Shown he can mix it with the best on the senior stage, and shown he is the best on the junior stage.
Victory ceremony for women under 18, T42 to T47, 200 meters. Please welcome
Ceremonies
the
keep
medalists.
on coming. This is the women's 200 meters T42 to 47 under 18s medal ceremony. If you're an Anglophone, you've got some interests on the podium. Britain, Australia and USA.
Bronze medalist representing Great Britain, Simran Kaur.
Simran Kaur of Great Britain, 14 years of age. Her family are here in the crowd. I've seen them. I can definitely hear them as well. She's got Simran across the Union Jack of Great Britain, draped over the fence right in front of the podium. Couldn't get a better vantage point, her family, to watch her get a bronze medal. She crossed the line third in the race as well.
Australia, Alyssa Jordan.
Alyssa Jordan of Australia, another 14-year-old on the podium. She crossed the line second, and even after the points were crunched through the system, she came out in second place.
Gold medalist representing the United States of America, Beatrice Hatt.
The winner, the gold medalist and the world junior champion, Beatrice Hatt, 16-year-old from the USA. She is the World Para-Athletics Junior Champion in the women's 200 meters T42 to 47 under 18s.
United States of America. Ladies and gentlemen, the World Junior Championship medalists.
Gold for Beatrice Hatt of the USA in the women's 200 meters T42 to 47 under 18 age group. Silver for Australia's Alyssa Jordan. Bronze for Simran Kaur of Great Britain.
Ladies and gentlemen, victory ceremony for long jump man U18 category F20.
More medals to come, this time in the men's F20 long jump under 18s. Four athletes in this one. There's only 6 centimeters in it for gold.
Ryan Montgomery, IPC Summer Sports Director.
Bronze went to Fanna Logi Johannesson of Iceland.
Fanna Logi Johannesson.
Jumped 4 meters 91. That was good enough for bronze, 14 centimeters ahead of Alan Del Valle.
Representing Brazil, Dias Gustavo Enrique de Oliveira.
Silver went to Gustavo de Oliveira of Brazil. He leapt 6 meters 10, which is a very, very reputable effort indeed.
Gold medalist,
But just 6 centimeters in front of him,
Karim Chan.
Great Britain's Karim Chan, 6 meters 16 for the 16-year-old. Inspired by his home and Paralympic Games in London in 2012, 5 years ago, and now he's a world junior champion. Plenty of British support here in Nottwil, cheering the gold medalist in the men's F20 long jump under 18s, Karim Chan. There he is in the middle. Silver for Gustavo de Oliveira of Brazil, and bronze for Fanna Logi Johannesson, representing Iceland. Lots more victory ceremonies to come. Do stay with us.
Ladies and gentlemen, victory ceremony for under 20 long jump men at 20.
Time now for the under 20 age group of that F20 long jump competition.
Bronze medalist present, Ecuador, Alexander Anderson, Colorado Mina.
Anderson, Colorado of Ecuador, one of 2 Ecuadorians on the podium. Just 2 centimetres off silver, 6:17. That's what Anderson, Colorado managed.
Silver medalist.
The man
representing Hong Kong, China.
in silver medal position though, Nikki Tang of Hong Kong, 6'19". Just 2 centimetres, good enough to promote him to silver. He's into his 3rd year of major competition, the 19-year-old.
Gold medalist representing Ecuador, Damian Carcelen.
Damian Carcelen, the gold medalist for Ecuador, 6'33" was what it took to win that. Got a silver in London at the Senior World Championships recently in the 400 metres. 10th in the long jump there, but 1st in the long jump here this afternoon. Damian Carcelen, the gold medalist.
Ladies and gentlemen, the World Junior Championship medalist.
2 athletes from Ecuador on the podium there in the men's F20 long jump under 20s. Gold for Carcelen, bronze for Colorado, split by the silver medalist Nikki Tang of Hong Kong.
Ladies and gentlemen, victory ceremony for 400 meter under 18 woman, T51 to T54. Please welcome the medalists. The medals will be presented by Tarek Zoe, is member of the World Paralympic Sport Technical Committee. Bronze medalist representing the United States of America, Elizabeth Floch.
Elizabeth Floch, just 14 years of age, bronze medalist in the women's 400 metres T53 to 54, under 18s age group.
Silver medalist representing Argentina,
Lucia Montenegro gets a big cheer from her teammates as she's announced as the silver medalist. 1:02.37 was her time. but quickest.
Gold medalist representing
And
the
therefore,
United States
the gold
of America,
medalist,
Hannah
Dedrick of the USA. Teammates at Parasports Spokane Club with Elizabeth Flock. Both of them keen wheelchair basketball players as well, proving that they have the speed on the track. Hannah Dedrick, the world champion of the women's 400 meters T53 to 54 under 18. Hannah Dedrick, the gold medalist, the world junior champion in the women's 400 meters T53 to 54 in the under 18 age group. Silver for Lucia Montenegro of Argentina, and bronze for Elizabeth Flock, teammate of Hannah Dedrick, also of the USA.
Ladies and gentlemen, victory ceremony for 400-meter men T51 to T54. Please welcome the medalists. Bronze medalist representing the United States of America, Philip Croft.
This medal ceremony for the men's 400 meter T51 to T54 under 20s. That's Philip Croft of the USA, teammate of Dedrick and Flock, who have just been on the podium in the women's event.
Silver medalist representing Great Britain, Jack Agnew.
Jack Agnew of Great Britain, the silver medalist. Actually clocked the quickest time of all of our competitors, 52.68 seconds. When that's put through the computer and converted into points based on the relevant classification, it was good enough for silver. This man was good enough for gold. Isaiah Rigo of the USA. 819 points, his 1 minute 1 second time converted into. The only T52 athlete in the field. The highest point scorer and the world junior champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem for the United States of America.
Gold and bronze once again for the United States of America. Gold for Isaiah Rigo, silver for Jack Agnew of Great Britain, and bronze for Philip Croft, also of the USA. Got to stay for some more pictures, Jack, I'm afraid.
Ladies and gentlemen, victory ceremony for under 20, 200 meter men, T35 to T38. Please welcome the medalists.
The next presentation for the men's 200 metres T35 to 38, under 20 age group.
Bronze medalists representing Great Britain, Amar Ayhoun.
Amar Ayhoun of Great Britain, the bronze medalist. Plenty of character about this young man from Thames Valley Harriers.
Representing Colombia, Juan Sebastian Gomez Coa.
Silver went to Juan Sebastian Gomez Coa of Colombia. He won the second race in the final. It was always going to be a tough task to match or beat what the gold medalist managed in the first race. Michał Kotkowski of Poland, T37 athlete, clocked a time of 24.63 seconds, which was actually the quickest out of any of the athletes across the two races in the finals, even those in the T38 classification.
Ladies and gentlemen,
terrific display by Michał Kotkowski, the gold medalist.
Ladies and gentlemen, the World Junior Championship medalist.
Michał Kotkowski of Poland. 24.63 seconds in the 200 meters is the World Junior Champion. He adds that to his growing collection of medals. Picked up a bronze in the 400 in the World Championships, the Senior World Championships in London recently. He is now a World Junior Champion. Silver for Juan Sebastian Gomez Coa of Colombia, bronze for Amar Ayhoun of Great Britain.
Ladies and gentlemen, victory ceremony for 200-meter women, T35 to T38, under 20. Please welcome the medalists. The medals will be presented by Manuela Scher, Swiss Paralympian and silver medalist London 2017.
Ceremony now for the women's 200 meters T35 to 38.
Japan, Kotomi Yoshikawa.
Kotomi Yoshikawa is the bronze medalist. All of the medalists in this one coming from the first of the two races in the final. Yoshikawa across the line in third. All T37 athletes on this podium. The silver medal for Suellen Oliveira. We saw that heart shape when we met her in the starting blocks at the beginning of the race. Still smiling, still showing lots of love, and has a silver medal around her neck.
Gold medalist representing Great Britain, Amy Carr.
It's gold for Great Britain's Amy Carr. Another one of the British athletes inspired by London 2012. Here she is 5 years later, picking up a gold medal in the World Para-Athletics Junior Championships. 30.97 seconds in the 200 meters T35 to 38. Gold for Amy Carr. Another goal for Great Britain, this time won by Amy Carr in the women's 200 metres T35 to 38 under 20s age group. Big smiles on the podium. Silver for Suellen Oliveira of Brazil. Bronze for Kotomi Yoshikawa of Japan. Stay with us, still lots more medals on the way.
200-meter men, T42 to T47, under 20 years. Please welcome the medalists. Bronze medalist representing Jamaica, Thomas Kelly.
Bronze in this one for Tavon Thomas of Jamaica. He's come here to try and emulate his hero Usain Bolt, who won his World Junior title 15 years ago. We'll see Tavon Thomas again in the 100 metres later on in these championships. Bronze in the 200 for him. Silver for Alexander Potocznik of Austria. 19 yesterday. Happy belated birthday, Mr. Potocznik.
Gold medalist representing India, Amit Kumar.
And Amit Kumar of India is the gold medalist. Had his sights set on medals in 2018 at the Commonwealth Games and the Asian Para Games. They've come early. He's the World Para-Athletics Junior Champion in the men's 200 metres, T42 to 47, under 20s.
The World Junior Championship medalist,
Amit Kumar, gold medalist in the men's 200 metres, T42 to 47, under 20s age group. Silver, Alexander Potocznik of Austria. And bronze for Tavon Thomas of Jamaica. We'll see all of these again at some point during these championships, either in the 100 or the 400 metres. Good support from India in the crowd there for their first gold medalist, Amit Kumar.
ladies and gentlemen, victory ceremony for 200-meter woman, T42 to T47. Please welcome the medalists.
Next ceremony is in the women's 200 metres, T42 to 47, under 20s age group.
Bronze medalist from the United States of America, Jessica Himes.
Jessica Himes of the USA got bronze in this one. She crossed the line third in the race itself. But as a T44 athlete, we wondered whether her time might go into the computer and come out with a bigger points total than her T47 counterparts. It didn't quite.
Representing India, Jayanti Behera.
Silver for Jayanti Behera, who some of you will have seen at London recently. 10th across this distance, 28.89 she ran there. She's got a good 0.85 seconds quicker here in Nottwil, 28.04, good enough for silver.
Representing Chile, Amanda Cherna.
But there was no staying with this lady. Amanda Cherna of Chile, two-time youth Pan American champion, and now a world youth champion. Just had enough to hold off Jayanti Behera. Amanda Cherna, the gold medalist in the women's 200 metres, T42 to 47, under 20s.
the World Junior Championship medalist.
Gold for Amanda Cherner of Chile, silver for Jayanti Behera of India, and bronze for Jessica Himes of the United States of America in the women's 200 meters T42 to 47 under 20s age group. That smile has not left the face of Amanda Cherner.
Ladies and gentlemen, victory ceremony for 400-meter men under 18, T51 to T54. Please welcome the medalists.
Now this was the one that had to be re-raced after we had those issues with the starting equipment.
Bronze medalist representing the United States of America, Spencer Kimbrough.
Bronze went to Spencer Kimbrough, the only T53 athlete in the race. His time, when put through the formula, churned out enough points to get him on the podium. It's bronze for Kimbrough.
Representing Australia, Samuel Rizzo.
Samuel Rizzo of Australia, the silver medalist. He is 17 today. Very happy birthday, young man. Congratulations.
Gold medalist representing the United States of America, Miguel Jimenez Vergara.
Now, there was no stopping this man. He won the initial race. Then we had to wait a couple of hours to race it again. And he went out and he won it again. We'll see a lot more of him over the next few days in the 100, 200, 800 and 1500. Great character, so quick as well. Miguel Jimenez Vergara, the gold medalist.
Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to the World Junior Championship medalist.
Terrific character, Miguel Jimenez Vergara. And a terrific talent on the track as well. He is the gold medalist in the men's 400 metres, T53 to 54, under 18 age category. Second, Samuel Rizzo. Third was Spencer Kimbrough of the USA.
Zuschauerinnen und Zuschauer, das war das Ende der ersten Nachmittagssession Nottwil 2017 World Para-Athletics Junior Championships. Wir wünschen euch einen schönen Abend und eine gute Miteinander. Bis morgen Morgen.
So here are some of the highlights of day one of competition here at the inaugural World Para-Athletics Junior Championships. Plenty to have enjoyed on day one. We'll be back to do it all over again tomorrow morning. The session starts and the stream will go live at around 9 o'clock. We hope that you can join us then. Enjoy your Thursday evening. Join us first thing tomorrow morning for day two of the World Para-Athletics Junior Championships here in Nottwil 2017.
Do you sometimes wish your life was more exciting?
Here we go.
Diesen Sommer steht der Welt Großes bevor. Tag des Kinos. Am 3. September nur 5 Franken pro Ticket.
Do you sometimes wish your life was more exciting?
Here we go.
Diesen Sommer steht der Welt Großes bevor. Tag des Kinos. Am 3. September nur 5 Franken pro Ticket.